سيداتي سادتي، نرحب بكم في جلسة الاستماع العالمية السادسة لهيئة الحقيقة والكرامة، ونشكر لكم حضوركم. نفتتح الجلسة بالنشيد الوطني. نستمع الآن إلى كلمة هيئة الحقيقة والكرامة.
السلام عليكم. إذا كان نسأل أطفالنا في الابتدائي أو شبابنا كانوا في الثانوي أو في أي مدرسة، قل لهم 26 جانفي اش يمثل في تاريخ تونس. قلة قليلة قد يجاوبونا لسبب بسيط، أنه المحطة التاريخية اللي كانت مفصلية في تاريخ تونس لم توجد في الكتب المدرسية. وإحنا عندنا أمل بمثل هذه الجلسات اللي باش تفتح فضاء لنقاشات عميقة تهم مستقبل بلادنا وكيفية إرساء تاريخ بلادنا عن طريق الكتب المدرسية وفي شبابنا. احنا على يقين أنه بفضل دستورنا اللي وقع سنه واحنا اليوم نحتفلوا، مش اليوم يعني على الايامات نحتفلوا بالذكرى الثالثة نتاعو. عندنا امل اللي باش يجي نهار وهذا التاريخ سيوجد في الكتب المدرسية ويدرس، لأن التعامل التوظيفي مع التاريخ سيوقع إيقافه للجميع. لا حد له الحق في تزييف التاريخ، لا حد له الحق أن يكتب التاريخ حسب إرادته السياسية.
So this historic event marks the birth of the independence of the greatest organization that has actually fought against colonization and that contributed in building democracy and introduced democracy to Tunisia. And this is but the beginning. to rewrite history, especially by reminding those who are trying to forget, or those who actually forgot what happened previously. And thank you very much. So we have different testimonies here, and there will be so many emotions involved. So please be respectful to these emotions, no clapping, and please put your mobile phones on the silent mode. Thank you very much. This is a day that witnessed shots between two parties, since this party was, since its creation, it was popular, and the people's sovereignty played a part in putting it into colonization under the control and supervision of Mr. Hashad. So this marked a historical event of a people's fight, which ended by the arrest of Mr. Ben Salah, and Al-Hadi Nouira was on the head, and he managed to put forward or to make the economy of Tunisia stand out. However, later on, the Great Depression has actually influenced on the Tunisian economy, and Tunisia witnessed inflation, which made Bourguiba be a dictator, and marked one historical date that marked the everlasting presidency of Bourguiba. And this worsened the inflation since the funds were low, and this is how the union actually started doubting the democracy of the authority, and the authority actually tried to belittle the union and try to control it. And within this framework, Farhad Dashrawi was actually presiding, and in 1977, textile Sogitex company stood for a strike, and military had to intervene, and then mine employees and agents also had to go into strike.
Then the Minister of the Interior authorized him to bear arms, and then the Administrative Committee of the UGTT decided a strike, and then the newspaper Shab mobilized the people and made them aware of the situation, which led to record high numbers of the copies sold of that newspaper. And that way, and because of that, the authority was targeted. But like Muhammad Gharbi, who was renowned as Harbusha, we were fully aware of the presence of a gang that was asking for bloodshed, and we said that we would prefer that in case of bloodshed, that ink should be shed rather than blood, because it is cheaper, and because the purchasing power of the working men could not afford, and therefore we let our ink be shed, hoping that it will quash our thirst. At the beginning of '77, voices of the Desturian party rose high, like the UTK asking for, the trade unionists to be prosecuted, and we, on the 7th of December, the transport company went on strike. On the 8th of December, the mining workers went on strike, and on the 12th of December, the railway workers went on strike. And in '77, Batar Bkhouja was dismissed as Minister of the Interior, and he was replaced by Abdallah Farhat, and Ben Ali was appointed as Director General of the Security Department. And then there was an announcement that these nominations constitute a landmark in the history of the country. And on the 14th of January 1978, the government civil workers went on strike, followed by many arrests. And most of the representatives of the regional federations were supporting GTT. And then Habib Ashur resigned from the Politburo of the ruling party, and many trade unionists like Khairuddin resigned from the Politburo, and another group also resigned. And on the 8th of January, some of the Desturian groups attacked the premises of UGTT, and the militias of Mohammed Sayeh attacked some of the premises of the regional UGTT offices in Kirwan and Sfax. On the 24th of January, there started the events after the keynote speech uttered by Habib Ashur, accompanied by Otto Christou, the Secretary General of the International Confederation of Free Trade Unions, and the Regional Secretary General Orbel was arrested. On the same day, the offices of UGTT were sieged. And despite the intervention of the police and the army, that day witnessed several attacks staged by the militias of the Desturian party in order to distort the movement of the trade union. And the arrests continued to reach 300 people arrested as union leadership who were besieged from until the 23rd of January. And the 28th of January, there started the trials. And the security tribunal that was presided by Judge Fatimi ruled sentences that range between 6 months suspended decision up to the death penalty. Then a new leadership was appointed by Tijani Abid to preside over UGTT, and the requests shifted from improvement of working conditions to asking for the liberation and the release of the union leaderships. Many trade unionists died under torture. On the 26th of January 1978 is a landmark history in the history of UGTT, which witnesses the start of the real UGTT movement and its independence from the ruling party. So we have Mr. Khairuddin Salhi and Mr. Mohammed bin Salim will present the first witness. As previously heard, the ruling party, which monopolized power, denied UGTT to have its own and different voice and to stand in defense of its leaders. And Mr. Khairuddin Salhi was, since the age of 22, was entrusted with trade union positions, and the 26th of January was the first general strike in Tunisia, and the party that used to monopolize power since independence, but after the attempt of the coup, suspended the activity of the Communist Party, and there was no voice but the voice of the ruling party. When UGTT expressed its voice in defense of its members, there ensued some of the trials that were characterized by gross violations and crimes, and then which led also to acts of looting. Mr. Khairuddin Belhadi Tahir Salhi was one of the victims of these summary trials, and he was sentenced to 8 years of imprisonment. First of all, we would like to thank you. In the introduction, I heard some of the important facts. You have been sincere in summarizing everything, and the documentary was a good characterization of the events that really took place. At the same time, and by the same token, I wanted to thank you for the opportunity granted to me in order to take part and to highlight some of the facts related to UGTT and the labor union movement in Tunisia. What you have done, and for which you are praised and thanked and highly commended, we wish to be sincere, and based on the summary and the documentary that you have presented, I can only be grateful to you from the bottom of my heart for what you have been doing. This is clear evidence of your good faith to do good service to this country, because righteousness and justice shall reign supreme. It is now high time we told the truth as it was. Some of the people don't know about what happened. Some people were arrested. That's all they hear about. Back then, the era of Bourguiba, and it was indeed the era of Bourguiba, because during that era many people were imprisoned. On this occasion, I'd like to transcend any kind of grudge, because as Muslims we have to exhibit a high degree of purity and kindness to each other. And I hope to be sincere, because if I don't tell the truth, I would blame myself, because all of the people now are keen on sincerity. People are no longer willing to take anything that is not sincere. Mr. Khairuddin, on the 25th of January, how did you find yourself in real trouble, and how were you arrested? It was quite an astonishing situation. Back then, I had some kind of immunity, and that didn't mean that I was above the law. There was a parliamentary immunity granted to me by law, and the very same law that allowed me to be an MP and a deputy also granted me immunity, so that nobody could arrest me as they wanted to, because I was elected by the people, and out of respect for the people that I was not arrested. It was out of respect for the people who voted for these MPs and deputies to represent them. But all of a sudden, we found ourselves in prison. I personally, on Tuesday, I was in Sousse and Nabil, recommending to our trade union members to succeed in the strike, because we decided the strike in defense of our leaders, union leaders. I was in Sousse when they raided and attacked some of our Sousse colleagues, and I hope some of them are present to corroborate what I'm saying, because I pledge to say and tell the truth and nothing but the truth. And when the believer makes a pledge, he or she shall deliver, and God willing, I will be sincere. So we found ourselves, even though despite the protection of the law, we found ourselves in prison. This was only because we wanted to advocate the cause of the working classes, that we were elected to defend them by law. Unless you are going to betray your duty. Because those who betray their duties were not sincere to themselves in the first place and to the other people. Because those who are sincere to the people who elected them should exhibit a high degree of sincerity. I'd like to say something for the anecdote, and out of sincerity too. I promised to my wife that on Friday, I think you watched the movie The Message. It was a great Egyptian movie, and it reminded us of the glorious history of our ancestors. So on Tuesday, I was in Nebel. And this is the first time I say this, when I was in Nebel, some people riding a motorcycle and notified me that Mr. Hedi Nwira invited me for dinner. This was impossible. If I can finish in time, I can do it. But in fact, down deep inside, I wasn't really comfortable with that invitation. Because tomorrow there was a strike. If they invite me the evening before, on the eve of that strike, if they are trying to tempt me or talk me out of that strike, it's impossible for me to accept the mission. Because Tijani Abid entered the Congress in '77 with Taib Bakouche and Sadaq Bisbesa. They included 9 members. And Tijani Abidi has worked in earnest with us, and he has fulfilled his duties. And even when we set up UGTT in 1956 and 57, he was very active, and therefore we had very good impressions, and those who knew him well were myself and Habib Ashur, and we were hoping that he would be a positive contribution to UGTT, and we shall bear responsibility for that, because our choice was not a good one. Out of 13 members of the Executive Bureau, the only one who was taken, and I'm going to name Mr. Mohammed Sayeh, to whom I wish him a quick recovery, because he was one of Tunisia's executives, those who were on our side and those who were not on our side. He was one of the executives who is worthy of respect. But so he attracted Tijani Abid, who was operating in KEF, and he was the Secretary General of the Coordination Committee. He was a well-known executive. He managed to attract him, and he seized the opportunity for the resignation of Tahar Belkhouja, and we kind of nosed out something simmering, and we issued a release signed by myself and Habib Ashur, and we sent a message against the militarization of the system. And back then we realized that there was a lot of threats looming against the country, because so we were the ones who gave him the possibility to have some executive responsibility. And after he went to Oslo, and obtained further training with the other Polish trade unions. He gained more experience, and then he came back to Tunisia, and all of a sudden he became the prime minister. And you all know what happened afterwards, what happened to Bourguiba. To say the truth, this was the responsibility of the responsibility of Bourguiba. We told him not to proceed with the militarization of the system, because that was the biggest mistake for this country. Mr. Khairuddin, if we come back to your arrest, you were in the regional federations of UGTT in Sousse and Nebo to inform the members about the strike, how to prepare for the strike. How were you attacked and arrested? We would like to thank you for making this situation easier for me with your question. We went to these regions, to Sousse, to Nebo and other areas. I can't recall all of them, in order to ask the union activists to have a successful strike and to caution them against any form of provocation, and to caution them against any kind of slippages, because we were a bit afraid when we heard about the sabotage and some of the vandalizing of some areas in Kairouan, and therefore in our general union we were all watching our offices, and each sector we have the education department, we have the health department, all of them represented by the general union. And therefore, in our offices, we mobilized 11 to 12 members who were present, and they were there ready, because we were not willing to have our offices attacked by others. On the 25th, after I watched that movie Risala, The Message, some of the security officers said, why did you come? I want to seize this opportunity to highlight many facts. This security officers cautioned me. He said they have not decided yet. They could liquidate you. You could be killed by a ricochet, or you could be caught in the crossfire. Therefore, they have not decided how to prosecute you. Would it be on an individual basis, or you might be subjected to some collective arrests? But they had mercy on us. They had us imprisoned. So I thank them for being merciful on us, for saving our lives and imprisoning us, to enable us to talk to you today. The information, the intelligence that I obtained from this high security officer, this person I had known for a long time in Beja, and when I was in Tunis, he wondered why I was walking in the streets carelessly. I told him, whatever will happen, because we believe in fate and destiny. If that is my destiny, I cannot do anything about it. This is how we were arrested. We were acting in good faith. They arrested us when we were MPs, deputies. We were arrested on Wednesday, the 24th or the 25th of January. So on Wednesday, the 24th of January, I was going to leave with Mr. Ben Hamoudiyya, and one of the law enforcement officers asked us to return. He said, "You have to go back," and he called me by my name and he ordered me to go back. So we went back. Of course, when you are ordered by the law enforcement officers, we can only abide by their orders because that was the rule of law that was prevailing, and our government was a government that came after independence, and therefore we were respectful of the law and we were law-abiding citizens. On the next day, someone told me, "You must tell us how many sandwiches we should prepare," but we refused. We were in the headquarters of UGTT. We decided not to leave our premises, and we decided to stay in our different departments. The transport department members stay in their office, the postal department stay in their office, the metal department in their offices, in order to protect their offices in the first place. And I was coordinating. Mr. Hassan Hamoudiyya paid me a visit. May God have mercy on his soul. So only a few members of the Executive Bureau of the 1978, I think only 2 or 3 survived, because the rest of them passed away. So I deem it is very important to collect their testimonies. There is Mr. Habib Al-Eid, who are still alive, Mr. Saeed Haddad, one of the active members, and there's no time to waste in order to seek truth, because all of those people are passing away. I found out that 2/3 of our past trade unionists have passed away. Of course, at a given age, every one of us has to go, and there's nothing to contend in this regard. That's God's destiny, because death is really a fact of life that everybody acknowledges, and therefore everybody has to serve this country sincerely. So we were arrested as we were MPs, members of the General Assembly. Therefore, we had our own diplomatic immunity, so they overlooked that immunity that Bourguiba had instilled, and they disregarded that and imprisoned us. They could have lodged a case to lift this diplomatic immunity and have us arrested, but they did not proceed that way. What happened in our country, this revolution, is a great event. Now we are people who we are free to express themselves. Now we abide by the law, and we respect the rule of law in the parliament, and these are some of the gains that we have to cherish, and we have to keep very dearly. Otherwise, anybody could be put in prison irresponsibly. Back then, there was no parliamentary rights. At least two members, Hassan Hamoudi and myself, who are parliament MPs, who were arrested disregarding diplomatic immunity. When did they arrest you? At night? It was in daylight at 3 a.m. in the morning. One of the security officers called me by name and he asked me to leave, and he ordered me not to open a window, otherwise I would be held responsible. It could be shot at. So we came out in line with our hands on our heads. When we left the premises of UGTT, we were manhandled and we were ill-treated until we reached the police van. And then they took us to the Ministry of the Interior. We lined up one next to the other, and then they started to call our names. They started the name roll, starting by myself, and they started with me because they knew that I was on the side of Habib Ashur. And we were like family, and Habib Ashur was the Secretary General, and nobody disputed that. There was a lot of friendship, a lot of brotherhood, and above all, there was a lot of affection between us. And without affection and love, that dates back to old times, we couldn't have gone any further. Even with limited financial resources, we managed to stay united, to hold on to each other. And when we were arrested, we were all arrested. Only two, Mr. Khalifa Abid, who was in frail health, who was taken to the hospital. He had some heart issues. And Tijani Abid, of course, he just ran away, because I never imagined that he would give up on us, because when we were voting on the general strike, he whispered to me, and he told me, tell Mr. Habib Ashur that I agree on everything, but I have to go because I have to undergo surgery. I told him, go, and rest assured I will convey the message. So thanks to this brotherhood, we managed to stay together and stay united, except for two brothers, one who was sick and one who gave up his principles and ideals. He chose the bad path. He chose the path of betrayal, and I have to say that very frankly. Mr. Khairuddin, after the arrest period and in the state security police stations, you were referred to the state security courts, and they asked for the capital punishment. What was the ruling handed down against you? When you read the text of the court decision, I hope you can have the opportunity to read that court decision. It's a very, I think it takes 2 hours to read out that decision. And when Habib Ashur read it, he passed out because Sij Junaidi was among those present, and he was fully aware. He was one of the great activists. While we were in prison, he was fulfilling his duty, and he was in the line of fire. He had to collect money in order to feed us, because the food basket that was given to us in prison is not cheap. In addition to the financial resources to cater for our children. I myself had 5 kids, and they were all youngsters. They were all below the age of 10, and one in the high school. What was the ruling? I was sentenced to 8 years. If you get hold of the text, the transcript of the ruling, you will find different rulings ranging from suspended sentences to capital punishments. All of these decisions were depending on the instructions of Habib Bourguiba. Habib Ashur and Abdulrazak Ghorbel were sentenced to 10 years, then 8 years, and there were also there were a lot of other sentences, enforced labor decisions. Mr. Khairuddin, you were among the leaders who was hardest hit by the court decisions, and this was due to the attitude, your attitude when you resigned. Yes, that's true. Before my resignation from the party, we have to speak about the facts. In a meeting of the coordination committee in Tunis, there was one of the relatives who died. He was my father-in-law, and our situation was a bit critical back then. But despite that, I heard Hedi Nwira say he was using his hand in a menacing fashion that those who disobey shall be beaten. So either I have to stay in the party or go to the labor union. I'm a Desturian, I'm a member of the Desturian party and the constitutional party, and we took part as freedom combatants and freedom fighters, how hard we fought against French occupation, and we managed to gain independence. And this labor union organization is like my lover, and it is so dear to me. It is a great part of me. UGTT was a part of me, and we were willing to sacrifice ourselves, and therefore I would be hypocritical to stay on both sides. So I decided, and this is the first time I mention this, because this is quite a personal thing that is part of my emotions. This is not something I'm going to go public about. Some folks here present hear this for the first time from my mouth. So I had to choose between UGTT or the party, but staying in both would not be possible. So the party was struggling against that union, labor union, that I have always loved. Of course, the party was my party, but the labor organization was so dear to me. And for us, the labor organization was a great organization to us. I would stand to anyone who would attack the labor organization. I would accept to be attacked in my person, but would never let anybody attack the labor organization. Everybody knows how much we glorified and how much we loved the labor organization. It's something sacred for us. These are some of the reasons that pushed us, unfortunately, to part ways with the party, and I gave the chauffeur the letter to take my resignation to Carthage Palace, to Bourguiba. And that's why I was sentenced to 8 years. I think we were all the same activists within the union, the labor union. But because I sent my resignation directly to Bourguiba, back then nobody could stand to Bourguiba. Nobody could dare stand to Bourguiba. And because I sent my resignation to Bourguiba, you would be slapped in the face if you are lucky. I really envy you for this freedom that you are enjoying today, because back then we could not enjoy this privilege. I know the difference. I envy you. I envy you. Thank you, Mr. Khairuddin. We thank you for your valuable testimony. We heard a lot of precious facts. You helped us get to know our history more in depth. Thank you very much.
Sorry, but I'm just trying to show you that I'm in a very friendly session. This is why I'm acting like myself, and I hope that I was really truthful in all what I have now shared with you. And thank you very much, and I'm so sorry for your valuable time. Thank you. Now we move to the testimony of Mr. Mohammed Chakroun, and Mr. Ali Ghrab would introduce Mr. Mohammed Chakroun to us. Among those men, Mr. Mohammed bin Salah Chakroun, born in 1944 in Baja. He worked at the factory, and in 1971 he became member of the UGTT, and he became Secretary General of different departments, and then to the lead and iron material and department. Later on, he became a member of the regional union up to 1986. Mr. Mohammed Chakroun faced in 1978 the military, and he was actually caught in his house where he was a witness of different kinds of torture, and he was arrested for a long time, almost so many months before being brought before the court. And before the court, Mr. Mohammed Chakroun, as a great veteran, was alleged with different crimes, and he was caught for 5 years of prison. You have the floor, Mr. Mohammed Chakroun. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, my brethren and sisters. I would like, first of all, to talk about 26th of January and to talk about the reasons that led to the 26th of January to be a remarkable, let's say, Black Day. Ladies and gentlemen, I am very happy and honored to follow this historic testimony where I'm going to talk about different important issues that led to Black Thursday, 26th of January, 1978 and on. But first of all, I would like to introduce myself very briefly. I am Mohammed Chakroun. I'm an activist at the labor union since 1971, then Secretary General of the Association of Factories, then Iron Material Union member, and then Secretary General of the Union Office in Great Tunis, and later on in Benarouz. And all those people that were arrested with me were executive members at the executive office, and they were actually those who would elect the other members. Ladies and gentlemen, concerning political reasons, and accordingly, I would talk about the reasons and motives as I personally deem them, and according to my opinion, I would say that these reasons were political and unionist, let's say. So concerning political reasons, I would say or talk about a real crisis in authority. First, it was the consensus and the agreement of Jerba and the everlasting presidency of Bourguiba. Concerning Jerba agreement between Gaddafi and Bourguiba and all the outcome of the refusal and rejection of different MPs and the union, like Mr. Ben Ashur, and also different divergence that have been issued at that time, especially that Bourguiba was ill. Most of the prominent motives or the prominent things that happened at that time were the resignation of Mr. Mohammed Nasser after Mr. Dawah Nabli being appointed as a Minister of the Interior, and then Mr. Zainuddin Ben Ali to be the General Director of the State Security instead. However, I cannot provide more clarifications about this topic without talking about the motives and reasons behind all these resignations and the historians. Ladies and gentlemen, concerning union issues or reasons, starting from the 70s, there was a change at the level of the political map compared to previous decades, politically speaking and socially speaking and union-based speaking, especially that the union has witnessed a huge number of youth being members of all levels, of all intellectual levels and educational levels and social levels, which led to a huge mobilization, and Mr. Habib Ashur, and let's say he opened the doors of the union wide for these youth, and he encouraged them, and according to the principle that the union is their last resort, especially that there was a huge absence of freedom of speech and the freedom of opinion sharing, especially that during that same period and prior to this period, Tunisia has witnessed different students' arrest and the arrest of all people who contradict or go against the state. So the youth, this have encouraged the youth to become activists and to become members of the union, General Labor Union, without them quitting the party, the Dusturian party. However, these youth have veered towards the union ideas rather than to the Dusturian party's ideas, and this is what made the union witness a huge number of educational professionals to become partners and members like Mohamed Trabilsi and Mohamed Alam and so many others, and from the secondary, Mohamed Salah Al-Khareji, from Mr. Tweti, Mr. Unais, Mr. Mohamed Kahlawi and others, and higher education like Tayyib Bakush, like Bakar, like Mohamed Sharfi and Junaidi, and Mohamed Abdel Jawad, Mr. Hamadi bin Jabala and Mr. Zwaghi and so on, which turned the union into a collecting arena of different intellectuals and highly educated people, which enabled the union to conduct studies and researches on liberal trends under the authority of Hadi Nouira at the level of political studies, social studies, etc. Ladies and gentlemen, so the union has become a social strength, and this was not good and accepted by the authority, and this is what created so many fights against the union. Once there was the attempt to substitute Mr. Habib Ashur by somebody else. You know that the Secretary General of the Union, that he was not one of the best people for Bourguiba, so he wanted to change him, etc. So you know how it would go. And of course he would select somebody who would be affiliated to the party and who would be a real partisan of Bourguiba. And the union has also witnessed different fights and different problems and issues coming from the state authority. Then there were organized assaults against and raids of the union offices through the authorities' militia. The crisis worsened when different assaults and aggressive assaults have been practiced against the unionists and the other activists. Decisions and were quite clear from Bourguiba of any kind of killing would be okay for any unionists and activists at that time, using any arbitrary shooting, sticks, or any other kind of ways to stop them. Facing these kinds of practices, the unionists were faced either to surrender or to defend themselves, and the unionists tried to follow legal ways to put an end to these assaults. Facing this, the National Commission and the Administrative Commission have met to study the overall situation, and then they issued the decision to strike for one day in order to defend the union and to show that they are clinging to the social and national principles. And that was actually meant to be on the 26th of January 1978. And the authorities' reaction was clear, and it was an ascending and aggressive reaction. And this is how the union office and headquarters were seized totally. And in 26th of January at night, all those who were inside, all the members that were inside were arrested very aggressively. And this did not stop at this level, but the ruling authority at that time ran and chased different activists by intruding on their houses and bring them out. And I was one of them. After 26th of January, we were back to work. And the CEO was Jalaluddin Chabi, the son of Abul Qasim Chabi. And we were wondering how the unionists be brought and arrested like that. And we thought about continuing the strike, and we actually did not work on that day. And Jalal Chabi, or Jalaluddin Chabi, the CEO, called me, and he told me that you should consider this leadership over, and please try to think again about your decisions, otherwise you're going to see wonders. And my answer was that we were on strike and we insisted on it. The following day at night, there was I was actually attacked in the house. I had 2 kids, and there were some of the military or the police that came inside the house, and they were looking for arms. And they almost searched the whole house, and it was aggressive. My kids were afraid, my wife was afraid, and then I was taken to the Ministry of Interior. I was taken to the 3rd floor, I guess, and there were Azzuddin Tabqa or Abdel Qadir Tabqa, I don't remember, and Haji, and another person called Boska, and Abdel Majid, may he rest in peace. And I totally forgive them. So I was arrested at night, and I was led to the Ministry of Interior, and I spent one of those unforgettable nights where I was insulted and beaten while I was nude, totally nude. And all other ways of torture and mistreatment that nobody could actually explain, and it would be really hurtful to explain them or to describe them in details. So it is good to point that torture of all its kinds was optional. Wasn't optional, or it was a systematic option. But most of those arrested were victims of torture. Even Mr. Gagi was, and Mr. Ismail Sahbani, and Naji Shari, and Munji Ayyari, and Jilani Masoudi, and many others that I cannot now remember their names. Other regions in Tunisia, and mainly Sfax and Sousse, that were used for arrest purposes and torture purposes, and I knew about this later on. Ladies and gentlemen, these arrests in political police stations extended to over 4 months until we were lodged, our case were lodged to the judge where we were imprisoned. And after the investigation, judge provided the rule, and I was imprisoned. I was taken out of the prison and I was brought to the Ministry of Interior, and they asked me to sign a paper, and I said, and I was forced to sign, and they even threatened me of killing, and I refused. And I woke up after losing consciousness in a cell. And this is how I was re-driven again to the Ministry of Interior, where an investigation document was provided to me in order to sign on it. And I refused. And the aggression was so strong that I lost consciousness. And I opened my eyes to find myself in a cell with a nursing person that was just sitting next to me, and I couldn't understand what and where I was. Those who were arrested with me heard about this news. Lawyers would always come and check on those who were arrested with me, and they told them that actually Mr. Chakroun was not brought back, and the lawyers were a little bit surprised at this. This is how they called my wife, and they asked her to bring the food basket and come and check on me. And the prison people said that we're not going to let you in. And she insisted on seeing me. She did everything to see me. And they took me there covered, but not wearing my own clothes. And my wife suffered a lot, and she started crying. She left a food basket to me, and she left to the house. And I still remember that they took me to my wife, and she was in such a state. The following day, many lawyers, one of them is Raouf Najjar, came and visited me. When he saw my state and my situation, he started crying, and he said that I am crying here because you refused to sign. You should have signed and said that I was actually forced to sign later on before the judge. But I was stubborn enough to get all the torture that I was a victim of. So as I said, Mr. Raouf was highly influenced and badly influenced of my state. And then I moved now to the court session that Mr. Ben Ashur and other arrested people stood before. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to note that many lawyers have come to try to defend us for free and out of their own willingness. And I would also like to note all those people who stood by us financially, socially, psychologically from different union organizations and international organizations and other country presidents that even went to exert pressure on the Tunisian state to provide us aid. And I should remind about or remind of another situation and standpoint. And Nahda did not probably support us, and probably even more. And you are intelligent enough to understand this on your own. When I was before the court, the lawyers tried to defend us before the judges and our state. I can remember one of the lawyers said to the head of the court, he said this court, if it had principles, it wouldn't even look at this case. And the judge was actually vexed at it, and he was provoked by such a saying. The lawyers were really not happy, and they actually withdrew from the session. The court provided us with other lawyers, and they asked us not to speak. Don't say anything, the lawyers said. The first one to be called was myself, and the others were a little bit afraid, especially that I was young at that time, and they were afraid of me being pressured, etc. I was asked about my name, and the court said that you asked for Raouf Najjar as your lawyer, and here you have another lawyer that we have provided for you. And I refused. And I'm not going to speak anyways. He tried all sorts of things with me, but I didn't accept to speak. And I was taken out. And the other people arrested with me were very happy to see me back. The second time we were called, I remember Mr. Habib, may God bless his soul now, looked at me, and I was laughing. And he was actually laughing. He was encouraging us. And Mr. Boulahaba started reading all sorts of reasons. I think it was after midnight that he was reading the rule, the transcript of the rule. And I didn't know how the families would get inside, and clashes has started, etc. So this party had so many crooked ways anyways. Mr. Habib was impacted by the court decisions, and he actually lost consciousness and he fainted. One of the human rights doctors, Ben Salem, checked his blood sugar, and he got him out of the court. Anyways, the rules were issued. Mr. Habib Ashur and Mr. Derbala were sentenced for 10 years of imprisonment, and Mr. Ben Hamoudia and Bisbas for 8 years, and Al-Gharbi and Belaid and Abdurazak Ayoub. We were 6 years, 15 people, 6 years we were sentenced to. Mr. Sahbani and Shari and Mohammed Shaqloun, 5 years. I would like to open a parenthesis and talk about Tahar Ben Khouja when he used to be the Minister of Interior. The Unionists, like Mr. Nouira, when they try to arrest somebody, they would inform Mr. Habib, and Mr. Habib would call him and tell him about it. It happened to me, for example. This happened to me during a session, if my memory is well. The regional inspector, I left him inside and I went out. And it came out that my CEO was very close friends with Azuz Lassem, who called to Mr. Hedi Nouira and who asked to arrest me. And Mr. Nouira asked to see me to the union office. So when Mr. Habib is asked to arrest somebody or to stop somebody, he would send this person with an inspector to the minister, to Mr. Mohammed Nasser. And later on, he will call Mr. Nouira and tell him that he is with Mr. Mohammed Nasser, who is the head of the executive office. And Mr. Mohammed Nasser would be a little embarrassed because he sent Mr. Khairuddin with me. And he didn't want actually to stay at his office, and he stood up just to talk to us, and we almost talked for 45 minutes while he was standing up without even sitting. I mean, Mr. Mohammed Nasser would be a little bit aggressive with the CEOs or with the director generals, and he would be aggressive talking about or criticizing the CEOs. So when I talked to Mr. Mohammed Nasser, he was convinced. It was back in 76. So he was convinced with my story. When I came back to the union office, Mr. Habib left, and they asked for my keeping there. And when he came back, he asked for me, and he told me, when I was your age, I wouldn't even speak and go out, but I would even go more aggressive because I've been a boxing person. I've been a boxer. So when you make a mistake, when somebody makes a mistake, I wouldn't beat him. I would provide him with more oxygen so that he can move on. So one of the things that the system was practicing was pressure and aggression. And Ben Ali was ordered to kill from 200 to 500 people. When people are killed, other people will be afraid. So he told me all this and he left. And the other people, the other members who were there told me that it was not one of his habits to come at that time of the night back to the union office. So he came directly back to me in order to tell me these words. And so I was going to be imprisoned, and the laborers would be actually in a very bad position. So I was released, and the employees were provided money. And this is how we tried to improve our demands. We asked for different bonuses for milk and allowance and other allowances. So when we sit around to talk with the director, when he is traveling abroad, and we would ask for a demand, we would exert some pressure on the person before leaving. And even if he tries to discuss with us, we would not accept that he would decide after coming back from his trip. And whenever he turns aggressive, we actually turn embarrassing. So finally, I was provided with the allowance, and I was asking to get the allowance on the same day. And I was given the allowance anyways. So the unions of the 70s were strong unions and huge important organizations. So for example, the office of Ben Arous, there used to be 500 employees, Sotrifab probably 600 and 700, and the unions were really strong and impactful. We were young at that time, and we probably made mistakes, and we would be stubborn, and we would go on strike and go on demonstrations, etc. And I remember the demonstration of the people was we would eat bread and water and not the governor. So we were going on different messages, especially when they tried to limit our freedoms, and we were actually assaulted and limited in our freedom by the ruling party and the ruling government. there are main elements in the history of the Union that I would like to share with you, because some people try to bury these facts. There are facts that have never been transcribed in history or written in history, but these are elements of history or periods of history that I have myself witnessed and experienced, and this is why I'm trying to share this with you today. On the 26th of January, Gelaz Cemetery was closed for 1 week and we still do not know how many people died on the 26th of January. The victims of 26th of January are still unknown for us in terms of names and numbers. And it was, as I told you, the cemetery was closed for 1 week, and nobody had the right to have access to it. So Mr. Habib would... we were 15 in the prison, and Mr. Habib would talk to each one of us. Sometimes he would call me, and we would have a stroll around in the prison. And he asked me, how many years were you sentenced? He said 5 years. I said 5 years, and he said, they should have given you 8 years because you were so courageous. So can you see how the leaders would think at that time? Actually, in prison, we were really good friends, and he would alleviate the burden of the prison and loneliness there on the majority of us. And he would be bold with different prison guards. Whenever a prison guard or any other person comes to visit, he would actually be bold with them. I was taken to the melting factory, and there was a cement factory operation to be conducted, and so there have been some traffic at the level of the merchandise and the goods that were taken to the cement factory. And these are some of the practices that would be done at that time. And Mr. Ben Ashur used to be very bold. And the director of the prisons would take the whole story as it was and retell it to Mr. Mohammed Gharbel. And he was taken to the Rumi Tower, where he was actually, people took revenge of him. One of the unionists would go on a fight with, or on a clash with his wife, and Mr. Ben Ashur would act like a godfather, like a father, who would make up things between the wife and the unionists, etc. Up to August 1979. And I still remember that in the pavilion where I was kept, some of the students, one of them was Hama, and other students and colleagues, I used to talk with Hama through a window between both pavilions. And I used to have conversations with Hama, and this Hama, when I was released from prison, he came to check on me, and I asked him to stay. So he spent the night at my house. And the day after, I told him I asked you to stay because I was afraid of you being killed, and then they would say that I killed you. So we saw a lot of wonderful things at that time that we would expect anything. So I think that I met once Alwan, a student that brought the brought some sheets to the steel mill, and one of the unionists said that I'm going to take the student to the police office and he's going to be arrested. But I told him that he's one of my relatives, while he was not. And I took all these circulars and all these documents and I threw them in the fire. And one of the Sturian part actually related the story to his superiors. And the guard was asked to come, and we called him Maruki. He's dead now, and he was actually questioned for the fact why he was actually released, this person, and this is how they told about my story. So on the 3rd of August, the students were released, and Mr. Habib Ashur also was released on the 3rd of August, and he was put under custody. And Bourguiba asked to bring him back to his house, to Habib Ashur's house. And there are so many other names that I cannot now recall. In the January, events of Gafsa changed the course of all the events and the whole country, actually. Hadi Nwira got sick, and they appointed Mzali. At that time, Mr. Habib was asked, and these are facts that are not known. So Mr. Habib was asked to support Bourguiba, and he said that I'm under custody and I could not do anything. So when you release me, I will be able to do that. So they sent one to prison, somebody to prison, and it's needless to state his name, and Wasila sent him. One from the executive office, one of people we know, to state a declaration or to draft a declaration against Gafsa people who actually attacked Great Tunis. So the declaration was drafted, but it was a very respectful one, where they stated that the country has become a cake to share by everyone, and they worked on it pretty well. So the one who came was from the side of Wasila, etc., and they have decided to release 8 on the 20th of March, knowing already that there was an unforgettable day. I was at the pavilion in my cell, and it was opened at 10 o'clock, 10 a.m. And we were surprised. And they said that today they're going to sentence Gafsa people from 5 a.m. to 10 a.m. and they were actually sentenced to death. And that was really hurtful. That was painful. So the guard told me, I'm going to tell you a story that I have myself experienced. There was someone who was going to be executed, and I prepared, I don't know what kind of document, and he was taken to hospital. So when he started shaking, they brought them back to the prison, and Mohammed bin Farhat was the manager of the prison, and he called Bourguiba. They told him about his state, that he was shaken, etc. And Bourguiba said, you take them back to be executed. And these are true stories that I did not make up myself. I love Bourguiba, to be honest with you, so I'm not making up these stories against him. On 20 March, 8 people were released. 8 from the executive office. And later on the 30th of April, Bourguiba has released 4 more, among whom I myself was released, Mohammed Azdin and Mr. Hassan Hamoudia, myself and another person, and Salah Abrour and Ben Gharbel were kept in the prison, who were released after the creation of the National Committee. And after all these being released, Mr. Habib bin Ashur was still under custody, and the union was weak, and he suggested a meeting among all these people to find a solution. So the union could be revived, let's say, but Habib Ashur to be back to the union and to be the head of the union again is impossible to think about. So finally, he talked about a national commission presided by Nuruddin Hashad. He was at the party, who resigned from the party at that time, and this national committee would supervise different sessions and different other committees. And Mzali and other people said that they're going to start, or they're going to try actually to convince Bourguiba about it, and he accepted. Mr. Habib said that the authority would definitely play you. But they have decided on creating the committee, and all the unionists were members, and they have succeeded. They have succeeded. Even Tijani Abid people and those who work with Tijani Abid have participated in certain congresses, and they got up to Congress of Gafsa. And at that time, the authority thought about Abdelaziz Bouraoui becoming the Secretary General. So many brothers and unionists, among whom Habib bin Ashur and others from Susa, were actually attacked. But they said that Abdelaziz Bouraoui is not a choice. So they asked, or they appointed Mr. Bakouche to be Secretary General, and almost a crowd of 1 to 120 were back to the Congress. And when all the regulations were issued, there figured in the regulation where Tayyip Bakouche was presiding, they said that in 20 days the custody should be alleviated on Mr. Habib Ashur. So the idea was to save the union before. So, Mr. Mohammed, when you talk about the custody or the exception, to alleviate the exception, what do you mean by alleviating the exception? So when I say this, or alleviating the custody, you remember that I told that Mr. Habib Ashur was kept forcibly in his house, and he had no right even to participate or to lodge his candidature to the union. So it was not logical for other people who were released from the prison to be back to the union, while our icon, Mr. Habib Ashur, was kept in house and was forbidden from taking up his responsibilities again. But Mr. Bourguiba was totally against this idea or this suggestion. So Mr. Tayyip, who used to be Secretary General at that time, was always asked by us what the decision was, and Bourguiba would play him with different answers, and he would actually tell Mr. Tayyip that if Mr. Habib Ashur is released from his house and he's alleviated, he's going to take back your position as a Secretary General. And I still remember that two bright people, Farid Mokhtar and Mahjoub Ben Ali, at that time, who that went into strike, on a strike. And I remember Zarga and Nafati and other different people from different labor unions, and we used to work together, all the other associations and the union, and we called them Sali. And the question was, what is this? They've been on a strike forever, and what can we do with Mr. Mahjoub? And he said, Mr. Mahjoub, we cannot actually deal with him. You can go to Bourguiba, but nobody can talk to Mr. Mahjoub. So Tayyib called Bourguiba, and he was invited to talk to him. So Bourguiba was in a great awe to Mr. Mahjoub, and he was put before a choice. So we were asked to follow the news of 1 p.m. and Mahjoub Ben Ali was put on the building field, etc., or building a specialty union. And Farid Mukhtar, there was at the steel mill a strike, and there was a huge strike. And even when Zali tried to conduct a speech at the electoral campaign of the General Assembly and the Assembly of the Representatives, I took all the people with me, and I was going against him. And they told him that he is always different. He's always different. Whenever he is given a bite, he wants to have the whole cake. And that's what he was cracking jokes about me. So I was called, myself and others, to talk about decisions and to take part in the decision-taking process. But that period was a period known for the different strikes that we went on. So 6 months before in December, the house arrest was alleviated and the custody was alleviated, and Mr. Ashur was re-elected as a real and actual president. And this is how the history of the union veered and changed. Bourguiba wanted the union to be his ownership, his own ownership. So if we go back to the history of the union, but the situation changed in a way that Bourguiba was no longer able actually to change the Secretary General. Mr. Habib Ben Ashur, and I would say that I was very honored to work with him side by side, and every night or every afternoon or evening, if we don't meet, he would call me at home, and he would ask my wife to tell me to go and see him if I come back to the house before midnight. You know that I had so many troubles at the level of the regional union, and Mr. Habib used to adore people who would not come to complain. So when people complain about a person, then they know that he knows that this person is being complained about would be a problem solver, but the person who complains cannot be able to find solutions. So I still recall that there was Mr. Frashedli. He used to be a Minister of Education at that time, and I had the Congress or the conference for the secondary education Congress. They were quite tumultuous, but they would be very effective. There were 100 people, and my office was where now Abbasi is working. So I called Frashedli, and I told him, give us an hour from 11 to 12 to hold a conference for the educational sector. And you know that the educational sector love place and performance. And the man answered me, "What are you asking for?" And he said, "Mr. Shaqroun, this is a crime against the students." And the educational staff were listening because I put him on speakers. So I said that we're not criminals. Whenever you ask somebody to come from abroad, you would ask them to come out under the rain and in the cold to clap for this person. This is a crime. And I ended the communication. All the people who were listening and the teachers were happy with this reaction. And Mr. Fresh called Mr. Habib. And he was insisting on calling him, and then Mr. Habib called me, and he asked me, he insisted on seeing me, and he asked me, "What did you have today?" I told him about everything, but I didn't talk about Fresh Shadi, and he asked me to tell him about the event. So he told me that Mr. Fresh called him so many times, and he asked him, so yes, you get students out when you're inviting or you're hosting somebody from abroad. So you should have given him 1 hour. You should have called him Zali and provided him with 1 hour. You shouldn't have told him that they are criminals. The day after, Mr. Mzali was called, and his assistant or deputy called me, and he said that 1 hour was allocated for the conference. Meanwhile, Mr. Habib made a mistake. Mr. Habib and the union was open to disputes. And the authority wanted to divide the union. This is what created many issues. And I hope, Mrs. Siham, to carry on to the last point, because there are so many points that I would like to share. I'll try to sum up, but I would like to share this with the people here present. So there have been so many clashes and conflicts. First was to divide the executive office of the union, and to set aside 7 members of the union. Then, after the 7 members being set aside in 1984 in December, there was a conflict or dispute. We asked Mr. Habib to choose 9 members, and the rest will be chosen by us. So the union was only left with 3. Mr. Habib said he knows we're proponents of whom and what, and he asked us to call our people and our followers and to respect the rules. Otherwise, each one comes tomorrow with a list of candidature. And this is how we set the list, and this is how the executive office was set the way he wanted it to be. There used to be so many people who actually were fighters and real fighters for the unions, etc. We wanted to have these in the executive office, but things went according to Mr. Habib bin Ashur's wishes. The popular newspaper was presided and managed by Mr. Tayyib. When he was no longer Secretary General, he took he presided or managed the popular newspaper, or the newspaper of people.
So one day Heshmi Trudi wrote an article about Mzali, and they drawn Mzali with his bald head, and there are some people who take advantage of that and attack that, and they portrayed Mzali as a rat, and Mr. Habib was affected, and they stopped the activity of Shab newspapers. And Taib was in France back then, and I told him, what about that? And Mr. Heshmi Trudi, Heshmi is very moderate, and even the article he wrote it was not too aggressive, and Taib created an executive office. So with all due respect, the person who was appointed instead of Mr. Taib was, with all due respect to his profession, he was not qualified for that position. And I told Mr. Habib, I protested to Mr. Habib, and I told him, so you will be creating a crisis within the trade union. And we voted, only 3 people voted against Mr. Habib, and the rest were pro Mr. Habib. And when I was exiting the building, he called me and told me I might be lucky with Mr. Habib because I attacked him a lot, and he did not fire me. Although he was able to do so, and I don't know, maybe I was lucky with him. And he told me, there is one Jew, you should be attacking him, and this Jew person was beaten up. And I told Mr. Habib, listen, I voted against you. You should not be afraid of me. I will not let you go. But however, those who voted for you are afraid of you, and tomorrow in the future they will be against you. And after a Shab newspaper, so we had the visit of the Shurafa. They invaded our premises. There will be a lot of fights, and the authorities played it well. And the leadership of 1985 and the leadership of 78 was a lot better than that of 1985. So the leadership of 1980 or 78 backed up Mr. Habib, and that of 85 backed up the authorities. So I told you should put Mr. Habib under house arrest, because when he is loose we can't do anything, and of course he will be replaced by Sadaq Alouche. And I visited Mr. Habib, and I told him I was the Secretary General of Benarouz office. So I told him tomorrow we'll be on strike. And at the very evening I was arrested. And back then Ben Ali was an artist in this field, so he created charges, fictional charges, and the charge was I was caught with a woman in a hotel, and Mr. Habib was put under house arrest, and they said we will be holding a meeting and we'll be releasing people. And so we held a meeting, and those who did not attend the meeting, I don't remember, I think Mr. Tayyip Bakoush did not attend, and another person, and all the members of the executive office attended, and it was for voting for the Secretary General of the regional trade unions, and I think Mr. Shaban was under arrest. He did not attend that meeting, and I was amazed. So we were released from prison in order to vote for Sadak Alouche. So I raised my hand and I said no. So the people who voted for Sadak Alouche were a minority, and I was really in pain. And I released a motion against the administrative commission or board. And we visited Mr. Hussein Ben Gaddour with Mr. Habib Giza. And we told them, so the administrative board wishes to meet, and he told us go to Mr. Tayyib. So we released a statement, and we created an administrative board, and Mr. Hussein said something very important. Because many people betrayed us in the 26th of January, and then they became leaders because they were pro-authorities. And so I remember one person who wanted some financial help, and they replied, "If you want some financial help, you have to shave off your mustache." So you see the kind of offenses. And when we created the commission, or the administrative commission, and Mr. Habib Ashur voted Secretary General, so we were fired, we were imprisoned, and now I would like to talk. And as you know, you witnessed the Shura period. There were many changes at the level of the leadership. However, the most important thing now, so I would like, after the coup d'etat of Ben Ali, someone played a very malicious role, who is Al-Hadi Bakoush. He was prime minister back then. So he was the direct cause behind the Shura events. So he wanted to and he appointed Mr. Sahbani, and Mr. Habib invited me, and I met with him, and he told me, I told him he used to like me, and he trusted me, and I backed him up until the end. I told him, if you want some piece of advice, he told me, I am very tired, and I think he was threatened pretty much, and I know he spent his life in jails. He was betrayed many times. He said, I am sick and I cannot go on. So you are the only one who can gather all the trade union members, and if you want, you can be honor chairman. And under pressures, he resigned with Mr. Abdelaziz Bouraoui. I would like Ismail Sahbani, when he chaired the union, and this is a very important point in order for you to know how the Secretary General of the Union Trade is a traitor. So the privatization was spread out. So it told me many institutions and many companies were shut down, and it was crazy back then. So every patriot knows how many institutions and companies the state used to have. So at the early 80s, we have a very low rate of unemployment. And now I see that our young people are frustrated because of unemployment. And regarding Sahbani, he chaired the UGTT and privatization and the scarcity of employment, and I will be concluding soon. So, and at the and they told them they don't need me, and they want to get rid of me, and they want someone from the royal family. And within 1 year, the institution, so the steel mill back then had revenue of 5 billion, I think, and Gnim. So they wanted to bring that factory to bankruptcy, and they appointed another CEO called Bilbeba, I think. And I told him, listen, if you listen to my advice, the company will be successful. So this company had a revenue of 4 billions, and when I chaired it, so they want to sell out this company, and tomorrow your sons and families will be working in that factory, your neighbors as well, and the people. So be careful. They want to shut down that company, and instead of more than 4 billions of revenue, the revenues during the next time was increased to 8 billions, and Mr. Sahbani said, you have to get rid of Shaqroun, and he was addressing the royal family, and of course they wanted to charge us with corruption, and I was they resigned me, if you could say. So this person, the Secretary General, and after I left the company, he shut down the company and fired all the employees, and he was appointed as a director in the National Water Company. And now the ironic thing is that he established an organization in order to defend people's rights. Thank you, Mr. Mohammed. Thank you. And in order to conclude, actually, I request to all my fellow citizens, no matter what their ideology is, I request them to think about Tunisia. We have to protect our country and preserve our country. This is our the future of our children, the future of the next generations. But if we wreck this country, nothing will be left. And I hope that every Tunisia is our homeland. We love it pretty much. And the last point, my wife got tired because of me, and I would like to tell her that I love her very much, and I would like to thank you from the bottom of my heart for what you did for me. I love you very much. I respect you very much. You're a fighter, and you will be always in my heart. Thank you, Mr. Mohammed. The next testimony will be that of the daughter of the martyr of the trade union militantism. Mr. Adel Maizi will be presenting this case. You have the floor, sir. So, the next testimony, we will be listening to the voice of a victim, the daughter of the union trade member Said Keki, who passed away due to summary arrest and the inhumane prison condition and ill treatment. And after years of the Black Thursday, the deceased poet Muhammad Zahir Ahmed wrote the poem of I am trade union members and I recognize it. I am different. I am covered in the light of the dawn. So I received the first food basket, and poetry was filled my heart. So I opened up the other basket and I didn't find my son. And I had a warm tear, so I kissed the soil of my country. So this poem expresses what the trade union members witnessed during that era, and among which Mr. Said Gigi, who summed up his suffering in a letter addressed to the Tunisian League for Human Rights in 1978, and he talked in details about the arrest conditions, interrogations, and the method of tortures in the Ministry of Interior premises. And now we give the floor to Mrs. Suad Gegi in order to bring her witness to about the suffering of her father and the impact of that suffering on the family. So let's remember the audience not to take photos, not to applaud, and to be quiet. In the name of God, Suad Gegi, the daughter of the late Said Gegi, and I'm the spouse of Mr. Hafid Derbel. I am a school teacher. We were living normally, and with my late father, with my mother and sisters, we used to have a normal life, a simple life, and my father used to love us very much. We were 8 daughters, or 8 girls and a boy. So I am the elder. In 1978, I was in high school, and I have my young brother and sisters, and my youngest sister back then was 2 years and a half, and we had a good life. And my father used to love his trade union activities. He used to love the UGTT very much. So he managed to separate his UGTT life from his personal life. So he was to go home very late, but Sundays were sacred. It was dedicated to family. Until that, the early days, on the 25th of January 1978, my mother told me, Suad, go to the workplace of your father in order to give him some groceries and tell him, give us money. So we were 9 members of the family, plus my father and my mother. And on the 24th, Dad did not go home. On the 25th, I visited him. And usually when I visit my father, so each one of us has a special name. And when I visited him, he used to buy me some cake, some juice. And on that day, I remember very well, I took the stairs of the UGTT. He told me, "What do you want?" He was a little bit upset. I told him, "No, Dad, my mom sent me and she wants money for the house." So he put his hands in his pockets and he gave me 1 dinar. And now I'm back in the day. So 39 days. I was a teenager back then. And I was aware of everything. And since then, I have seen him after 3 months. And during these 3 months, so you can only imagine what we suffered. And may God have mercy on the souls of my uncles. So our uncles took care of us, and in the night all the family gathers. We were very sad, and my brother and sisters used to cry. So as I told you, I was 19 back then, so we were to cry very much, and it was a tragedy. And I think you know what is the tragedy of a father leaving his home. So we come from a Gerber, from a conservative family. So my mother was not allowed to get out of the house. So my father used to meet all our needs. So for 2 months we had no information whatsoever about him, and in the 3rd month my uncle Salim said, "I have a piece of information. Mr. Said, my father," so someone told him that he was in the state security department in the basement of the Ministry of Interior. And so this was our understanding back then. We did not know why or how. So I witnessed suffering and sadness on a daily basis. And back then, the security director was Zin Abidin Ben Ali. And after the said 3 months, so they said that they will refer them to the examining magistrate in the courthouse. So we traveled on a daily basis for 2 weeks. And each day we say, this is the due day. So he was the last in line, and the day I saw him after 3 months, when I saw him, I couldn't believe myself. His face was changed. So as I told you, I saw him on the 25th. The day I saw him, he was in a very poor state. And I was very happy to meet him finally. And when I wanted to run and hug him, I was pushed by a police officer. And I held the hand of my brother in order not to be harmed. And from the courthouse he was transferred to jail. and in jail another kind of suffering. And as usual, my uncle Hamadi took care of us, and my uncle Salim took care of my father. My uncle Salim brought him food baskets, and the other problem, we were not allowed to visit him. So each time we were only 3 to visit him. So you can only visit your father only after 3 weeks. So each time, and one time, my mother was allowed with my 2 younger sisters in order to visit him. And as I told you, Dad used to play with us when he came back home. And as I told you, we were 9, and each one of us had a special place in his heart. So he used to ask us, "What did you eat? What did you do?" And one of my sisters told him we hadn't dinner or supper, and back then he didn't show any emotion. And tomorrow when we visit him again, when we brought him a food basket, he refused it, and he told us, "You should be the ones eating from that basket." So each time his face was mutating and changing. So I was his confidant. I was very close to him. He wanted me to be successful. He also told me, "You should take care of your brothers and sisters." And unfortunately, none of my sisters continued studies. So he became very skinny, however, very clean. He was shaven. However, he became very skinny. He was very pale. And he was smiling, actually, and he used to say everything is okay. However, after the time he spent in jail, we heard that in prison the jail physician or physicist examined him, and he assured him that he was all right, and his inmate told him we would like him to be examined by an exterior physicist, and our family physicist is Dr. Dogri. So, and the authorities told them, "You want to bring him Dr. Dogri, he's his countryman." And therefore his inmates carried out starvation strike. So his health condition became poorer and poorer, because there are some people who were in jail with him. They switched sides. However, he suffered a lot. And the method of tortures, as you witnessed, are detailed in the letters he sent to the Tunisian Association for Human Rights. And then in jail, when they carried out a starvation strike, so we noticed him being skinny, and when his inmates, and then he was transferred straight from jail to Ariana Hospital, and they said he should be granted a temporary release. and a journalist or a reporter from a right newspaper interviewed him, and he said, I refuse, my father said, I refuse the temporary release I was granted. And he stood his ground. And when we visited him at the hospital, his health condition became better, and at his room, his small room, there was a guard on the left and a police officer on the right, and he was chained to the bed, and we were not allowed to get closer to him. We were not even allowed to talk to him. And in the meantime, when he was arrested at the Ministry of Interior, we used to have a patrol in front of our house, reporting every single movement we did, and at the hospital, his health condition became worse and worse. So he used to have a bruise behind his ear. He used to have blue fingernails. His legs were in pain. So may God have mercy on his soul. And all this suffering is because he was keen on trade union activism. And when they knew that his state was hopeless, and all this, and we had no information about his situation. And when he went home, we were delighted. And I forgot to mention something. When he was imprisoned, I graduated from high school, and one of my aunts sent him some juice in the food basket, and that was a sign that I graduated from high school. And his inmates told us that was the happiest day in his life. So when I graduated, I was crying because he was pushing me forward. He was encouraging me. He used to buy me books, and he used to tell me to take care of my brothers and sisters. And when he came back home, I was very happy. And before he was arrested, he enrolled me in at an Algerian high school. Unfortunately, I did not pass the tests. So he was very tired. However, I had hope for recovery. And we spent many sleepless nights. So we used to divide the night. So we had watches, and we have shifts. So, and we were very happy to do so, because we had hope. We had hope that my father will regain his natural life. Until that fateful day, the 9th of January, I used to, or the 9th of January, and I used in college. So I had some courses, and I had the visit of Mr. Abdel Jawad al-Junaidi, my uncle. They brought me on a car, and that was an unforgettable day. And Mr. Junaidi told me that that I have to be strong, and I remembered his words later on. However, I was out there. So he was giving me some advices, and we were close to home, and You cannot imagine the pain I felt. So I stand speechless. I cannot describe the pain I felt because I couldn't imagine that my father will be passing away. So I thought that we'll be living together forever. So I had a hope that I will be spending more time with him. So I regretted what I did, and I said to myself I should have spent more time with him, because my sisters, my younger brothers and sisters were not allowed to visit him. So sometimes when we pay him a visit, he was crying, and he always say, or he used to say, take care of your sisters, take care of the family. So so I had two brother or sisters who left school. So none of my brother and sister carried on their studies after my father passed away. So he left this world and he left my mother alone. She was young. He was 47 or 48. She was much younger. He left her alone, facing or having the burden of 9 children, and I was the elder. So the youngest one was 2 years, and thus the tragedy began. And the tragedy he witnessed was deeper and deeper, because he was a trade union activist. And what did he do? He was just an activist. He was very keen on defending people's rights. So that was his hobby, if you can say.
He was totally consumed by his labor activities. And because of his union activities, he died. He exercised trade union activities in full freedom at a time of despotism and dictatorship. This is how I sum up the situation. The first year, you are well taken care of as a woman with a legacy of 9 children. The trade union provided my mother with an annuity of 150 dinars, and his retirement pension is 120. You can imagine the misery of a family with 9 children to care for. The Thursday, Black Thursday of January 26th, but because of everybody's effort, we hope that Black Thursday would turn into a bright Thursday, a white Thursday, in fact. And what my father would always say, a word that I did not understand back then. My siblings did not finish their education. My mother, the struggling widow, has suffered a great deal. She has undergone a lot of suffering, but I remember my father saying, I'd like you to continue and finish your study, to become a doctor and to provide medical care for free. He never thought about me as a doctor making so much money, but to do my job for free. May God bless his soul. Thank you, Suad. Thank you very much. The next testimony will be given by Mr. Zuhair Belkhiriya. Mr. Zuhair Belkhiriya could not make it tonight for health reasons, and therefore TDC would present a recording of his testimony. And before that, Mr. Salahuddin Rashid would give us an overview of the bio of Mr. Belkhiriya and how he contributed to the 26th of January events. And thank you, Mrs. President. Allow me to draw some of the lessons of these testimonies. The Truth and Dignity Commission paved the way for this series of hearings among its activities, providing all Tunisians from all walks of life to express themselves, trade unionists, politicians, students, pupils, workers, farmers, all of them had a voice. As you have seen for yourselves, you have one of the symbol of the former regime who was praised on many occasions. Those who were members of his party and those who were in the parliament. This is clear evidence that TDC is not staging any trial against any political movement. The Truth and Dignity Commission is a fully independent commission that exercises its investigative work in full independence and in full impartiality. Mr. Zuhair bin al-Hadi bin Muhammad Belkhiriya was born in Sousse on the 25th of August 1956. He was young at the age of 21 on the date of 1978. He was a photographer working in a photography shop, but he was taking photographs of the activities of the trade union regional office of Sousse, and that's why he was one of the victims who were arrested on those events. Zuhair Belkhiriya, on the 21st of February 1978, appeared before the first investigative judge of the trial court of Sousse, where an arrest warrant was issued against him, and the investigating judge could not prevent someone from a simple activity as a trade unionist, which was a fundamental right guaranteed for all citizens. It was a fundamental right not to be denied to anyone or to be tried for. So we now provide you with the documentary, with this video footage, which summarizes the testimony. Mr. Zuhair Belkhiriya used to be a photographer for UGTT, for the regional UGTT office in Sousse. On the 26th of January, you were arrested. Can you tell us how the arrest circumstances were? A trade unionist greeting. I, Zuhair Belhadi bin Muhammad Belkhiriya, I used to work as a photographer with the late Muhammad Awadi, who was the Secretary General of the Federation of Cinematography Department in Sousse. On the 20th of January, the anniversary of the establishment of the regional UGTT office, Habib Ashur sent me an invitation to attend the general meeting for the anniversary of the establishment of the regional UGTT office. I took my equipment to take pictures, but I found that the situation has changed. I found that some of the offices' premises were destroyed. So I entered the meeting and I found the room full of people, and the inside premises were full of militia people. They were the militias of the party. When I tried to take photographs of the facade and the front side of the regional office, two people, jumped over me and subdued me. One of them drew out his pistol and told me, "What are you doing?" I was only 21 back then. So I found an open door and I escaped to the first floor. On the first floor, I saw Mr. Ahmed bin Belgasim, who was beaten black and blue, and there was someone called Mr. Salim, whose family name I forgot. He was beaten on the face, and they destroyed the front side of the regional office, as previously mentioned. And therefore the meeting was suspended. The next days, the CISL, the International Confederation of International Labor Unions, and they observed the damage sustained by the regional office. And then Mr. Habib Ashur told me to come in order to oversee the activities and the events of the 26th of January. On the 25th of January, I came down to Tunis and I prepared myself, and I spent the night in the regional office, and on the next day there was a strike. All of the roads were closed. There was a barricade in front of the door. We were stranded inside. We would take pictures from the windows, and then the military cut off electricity and the power lines and the telephone, and so we were stranded, unable to live. By midnight, there was the civil defense officers who came. There were military men on the terrace of the regional office. There were many squads of law enforcement officers, and then they contacted Mr. Habib, the Secretary General of the regional office, and so there were soldiers all over the place. There were tanks, and it was a terrorizing experience. I have never seen such forces. So, and then there was an entry room called Raise Your Hands. So they, as soon as you arrive to the police, you are beaten. Raise your hand. We call that corridor the Raise Your Hand corridor. There was someone who was decorated by the Declaration of Independence Day. He was ill-treated, and as soon as we entered, they were looking for the photographer. Some of them were blaming me for taking pictures of them. They beat me black and blue. Was it law enforcement officers or military men? They were law enforcement officers. The army was protecting the outside perimeter. I cannot describe the scale of violence that we were subjected to. And then they asked for the films They wanted the tapes. I told them that they are in the regional office. So they took me back, and I was beaten on every inch of my body, and all the way back to the regional office. I know some of those perpetrators' names. Some of them died. May God bless their soul. I told them that the films are not with me, that it's the regional office secretary general who has. So they kept beating me, and they were, I've never seen such force. I almost passed out. I told them that I didn't know who took the films. So the officers were ordered to take me. There were two statues of Farhat Hashed and another trade union personality. They said, throw him away. So they were about to throw me from the upper floor. And then Habib Ashur said, don't do him any harm. He has nothing to do with that. You have to see Mr. Munsif Ermel. He's the one who's got the films. Then they came back to the district office, and they never stopped beating me. So we were at the beginning 136, and then we ended up being only 101. Some were left in the cells. The rest were taken to Sousse, to the military barrack. About 40 of us, with small cells, you know, 1 meter by 2, with 13 people stranded there in horrible conditions. In the police arrest cells, we were on cement. In the military barrack on the 9th of February, if my memory is good, or on the 9th of February, we were taken back to the police district. And there they started the investigations. So those who were walking on their feet started walking on their knees. They have some special rooms, how people are made to take off their clothes. They would put a son and his father and turn them naked. People come walking on their feet and leave crawling on their knees. Mr. Mohsen Shewj, they took off his nails with the pliers. He died under surgery. He hails from Sfax. They would take off his nails with pliers. In the investigation room you have 9 people. Each of them would beat you mercilessly. What were the kind of questions they were asking? They did not ask me who I did take photographs of. I will talk about that later. What were you accused of? We had no weapons. we were stranded in the trade union premises. Article 72, attacking citizens, which carries the death penalty. On the 15th of February, Mr. Hassan Kouki was in horrible conditions. Probably he was agonizing. Before the barrack came to be closed, he looked at the officer, and I don't know why he made that reaction. He asked the officer to call a number, and Hassan wanted a lemon. And then after 15 minutes, here they brought you a bag of lemons. So he brought a package of cigarettes and some bread. So he peeled that lemon tree, and he ate a bit of that lemon. He was actually agonizing. At 3 o'clock they opened the cells. They called 10 people, including Mr. Hassan, who was agonizingly ill, Mr. Nasir and many other folks, Mr. Muhammad bin Aisha, who is a professor, and we were taken to investigation. Mr. Hassan Kouki couldn't leave the cell. He was almost dead. We took him along in the corridor. They told us to let go of him, that he could walk. So he was beating him with his boots. This law enforcement officer has changed his language. He came to the cell where Mohsen Shawish was, and he said, "My daughter is going crazy." Mr. Muhammad's treatment improved a little bit because Mohsen Shawish was the teacher of his daughter, the daughter of this officer. So he said, "Let him go on his own. Stand up, you are going for the investigation room, then you'll go home." So the first one to be investigated was Mr. Hassan. So the investigator said that he should go to the hospital. As soon as they started investigating Mr. bin Aisha, so there was a distance of 200 meters between the tribunal and the hospital, and he died, Mr. Hassan died on the way to the hospital. So the guy who went back to the cell broke those news to us. We were returned to the police district. In the evening, they brought us some covers and aspirin and a lot of medication. They started to worry because the situation got out of control. He is born on the 28th of December 43 in Akuda in Sousse. He was a deputy president of the insurance company Etihad, and he was among the regional union office. The late took part in a peaceful demonstration organized by the regional office of UGTT to speak out against the excessive force used by the military against the textile officers in Qasar Ahlal, and which resulted in many arrests and wounded people. The march and the demonstration was oppressed by the law enforcement officers, and Mr. Hassin Al-Kouki was arrested among the union leaders. They were led to the police station of Bab Har Souss, where they were subjected to torture. They were transferred to the civil prison of Souss, where they were tortured under the supervision of the prison warden of Souss. He was a president of the Federation of Insurance. Despite his new activity in the trade union organization, he was an active member of the labor union. He took part in the general strike that was staged on the 26th of January 1978. But the regional office of UGTT was besieged by the regime, followed by a widespread arrest movement of all leaders, including Mr. Hassin Al-Kouki. They were taken to the National District Police Station of Souss, and some of his union comrades were taken to the military barrack in Souss, where they spent 11 days in the cell that is very small. On the 9th of April, they were taken to the National Police Station of Souss, where Habib Al-Kouki has been subjected to all kinds of torture. He was suspended naked, undergoing all kinds of torture. He was taken to investigation with his hands handcuffed with a rope, and he was suspended between two tables, and he was beaten black and blue, and whenever he passes out, they pour cold water on him to have him regain consciousness. He would return to the cell crawling to stay on cold concrete. He was he was deprived of water, and then he sustained a severe fever, and he asked to have, on the 15th of February, he asked to have some lemon in order to put it on his chest and on his forehead to relieve his pain, but his health deteriorated even more. All of his comrades asked for his rescue, but the prison officer insulted him, came close to the late and told him to stand up and to stop acting. And then they were taken to the tribunal of Souss, and when the investigating judge looked at him, he asked the law enforcement officers to transfer him to the hospital of Souss Farhat Hashed. His frail health prevented him from getting to the car. There were 3 doctors, including Dr. Tahar Abdurrahim, proceeded to the autopsy of the late activist, and they found a hole on his chest and on his left arm, with bruises on the skin of his back. After the autopsy, they fabricated the autopsy report stating that he died naturally. And the physician who observed the bruises and that he died as a result of these wounds. But the report was changed afterwards. On the first anniversary of his death in the cemetery, we found the epitaph. The death of his death is not the 15th of February, but before the 26th of January. Just to show that he never died as a result to the 26th of January events. On the second anniversary, we changed the date of his death. That's for Mr. Hussein Al-Kouki. Mr. Zuhair, can you continue to speak about the different stages of your trial? On the 15th of February, we were returned to the police station, and on the 16th of February, we went to the investigation. And then we were released on a provisional fashion. I was in my shop. There was the late Sadaq Mqaddam, who was at the People's Assembly. He had a meeting at the National Theatre. They asked me to take photographs. I told them I could not go. As soon as they left, my boss told me that they asked me to take photographs. They told me to go home. I stayed at the Claridge Cafe. He told me that there were some people following me. There were megaphones near the theater, and there were people complaining. There was someone who was complaining because his boss dismissed him from work and fired him. He told him to go back to his boss and that he would tell him to take you back. Then I decided to go home. On the 7th of March, I went home. My sister gave me a summons from the police station. On the 7th of March, I went to the police station. I gave the summons. As he was giving the information, Mr. Abed, who is the new president of the police station, he was the superintendent of the police station, he said, "This is a photographer, take him to the cell and I'm going to deal with that guy." So instead of being investigated by one person, there were 6 investigators, each of whom asking specific questions. And then the superintendent showed me the transcript. "I'm going to ask you 2 questions. If you answer the questions correctly, I will tear apart this transcript. Who did you send the photographs to?" "I always take those photographs to the regional office of UGTT with my bill." He said, "You are sending them to the ILO," and then he said, "You are sending them to Gaddafi," because supposedly there was a relationship between Mr. Habib and Gaddafi. He told me that I was sending them to Gaddafi. He said, "You're not a man, you're not a man, you're a liar." So they took me down to the cell. I spent the night. On the 8th of March, I appeared before the investigating judge who read my transcript. He read the transcript. He said, "What is right?" And I told him, "Well, you read it for yourself. You took photographs of the military cutting off the electricity." He said, "I'm going to issue an arrest warrant." And then I was taken to the prison. Some people would sleep on the floor of the corridor. The prisons were overcrowded. And then we asked for the appointment of the court hearing. The court hearing was appointed in June. We were taken to the court, attacking people and turning people against other people. Article 79, an accusation that carries the death penalty. But we did not sign the transcript. We did not sign the transcript, and then we were returned to the cell. On the 15th of August, they started the hearings. So they would take us with a lot of violence. We were handcuffed from the prison to the appeal court of Sousse. There were law enforcement officers along the way, and there was a big escort. So we were shouting from the holes of the van, we were shouting slogans, and we shouted those slogans against the government. The Chief Justice of the court, Mr. Yusuf Ben Musa, was a kind man. He was an honest man. We were given full freedom to speak freely. He found that the courtroom was full of armed officers. He ordered them out, and he had been very, very fair. There was a lengthy investigation in Bushusha premises. In the end, he said the Court of Appeal has no jurisdiction of the case, and the case was referred to the State Security Court. That was on the 15th of August. On the 2nd of September, the first group of 10 were taken out of Sousse, Mr. Amor Trabilsi and Mr. Khmisa and Mr. Sadaq Gdisa. Died. His son, when his son was taken out of the cell, he refused. He said, I would stay with my father. This man was jailed with 2 of his sons. On the 3rd of September, we were taken out. There came the sacrifice Eid. They were taken to the 9th of April prison. So every time they take out 10 of us. You did not appear before the State Security Courts. There was a decision to dismiss the case. After the dismissal of the case, some of us were reinstated in civil service, and there was a recovery of rights. But we had received none of these privileges. We have the general amnesty that was issued in 2011. And I never benefited from the general amnesty. Mr. Mohsen Zghal, Bouzid Terd, my cousin Noura Belkhiriyeh, We have not been covered by the general amnesty. We have not been covered by the general amnesty. First, we want to be covered by the national amnesty. I want, as to my photography equipment that was confiscated, the regional Secretary General of the Trade Union Office said that he sent some letters to return the equipment. They gave me a broken camera, and of course we are claiming reparation because it is one of our fundamental rights. As for the rest, I'm not asking for anything.
Next testimony and the last testimony would go to Mr. Mohammed Shaban. Mr. Khaled Krishi would introduce Mr. Mohammed Shaban to us. January 1978. That was a black day for the world, where some birds, some veterans were looking for an opportunity to fly from the hardships of the life and to express their love for the state. Since his young age, this person established in his 20s first union for the phosphor basins in Sfax, and he was in charge of different union responsibilities until he has become a Director General of the union in Sfax, and he witnessed so different glories of the union. He was assaulted and he was imprisoned and a victim of unfair court rulings and other hardships. And this highlights his leadership and his respect of the values and the principles of the union of the laborers and the labor classes. Tunisia before 26th January 1978 was totally different from Tunisia after that date. 26th January 1978 only added up to his willingness to fight hard against the authority and the dictatorship and to glorify the union efforts to do so. By the name of God, the most merciful, I would like first to greet you all and thank you for staying up late to follow these hearing sessions. And this only shows your interest in the history of Tunisia and the history of the veterans of Tunisia, whether in the line of human rights or in the union. I would like to wish the mercy of God on all the souls of the victims and the martyrs. 26th of January marked a turning point in the history of Tunisia, and it actually spread fear among the authority forces because it was a classic fight between good and evil. And this is just the truth that being experienced by different unionists and activists, and we've been part of this. So may God grant them patience and mercy. I would like to greet every lawyer who endeavored to protect these members and worked hard to grant the unionists their rights and their freedoms. And I would like to wish a quick recovery to the lawyer Mansour Shafi. I would like also to wish so many blessings on the souls of our lost members, and I would like to offer my condolences for all the families of the martyrs and the victims, and for every family and relative who had enough patience to follow up with us, and all the lawyers that have shown their willingness to protect us and to defend us. So let's talk about 26th of January and the events of the 26th of January, or probably the war, let's say, or the dispute of 26th of January. And I would like to highlight all the support and collaboration with the unionists, such as the International General Union and African Union and other unions, and this assistance and support has made 26th of January 1978 different from other dates in the history of Tunisia. And I would like also to thank Truth and Dignity Commission, because now and today we're going to say the truth and only the truth. And thank you so much for the introduction. I know that you try to gather all the highlights of the union in your introduction, and thank you very much for this introduction. I'll try to be brief, but I don't think I'm going to keep my promise to be brief, because it is not easy. Let's say that it is very difficult to go through the same events again, and I cannot speak about this event without stopping at various details. So I thank the Commission for enabling us from commemorating this date, because it marks our efforts to fight against dictatorship. I know that some people would call us Black Thursday for the Unionists, but I would call it Black Thursday for the Bourguibian reign and regime and the Bourguibian associations and organizations. And I am here saying the truth, and the youth should know that we are only saying the truth without any additions or censorship. And you know that the history of the Union and the history of Tunisia are one. So, with all the kinds of torture that the members of the unions suffered from, and all the endeavors of the unionists to get Tunisia out of these dark ages should be greeted and celebrated. Some people would say, why are you talking about an event that took place 39 years ago, or even more? But we should remind everyone in Tunisia that 26th of January was a turning point in the history of Tunisia, because it has enabled the unemployed and the marginalized youth to speak out. They were granted their freedom, and the youth was able to express their opinions and to speak about their spite. and their anger toward Tunisia and toward the country and toward the ruling regime at that time. And let's insist that 26th of January was an opportunity to the unemployed youth and to the marginalized youth at that time to express themselves freely, because the street was the space for them to speak out. Of course, this is but a short intervention where I am asked to prove or to talk about the motives and the reasons for the general strike. First, let's say that the general strike was decided and implemented, and I insist it was implemented despite the efforts of Bourguiba and his regime to prohibit this strike. And let's say that the strike was successful by 90% despite of all the pressures that were exerted on the members, whether at the level, whether socially, politically, or any other level, especially the media at that time. And we respect them today to learn from the history of Tunisia, because lessons would teach them a great deal. So the 26th of January marked a day where media provided intox and wrong information to the people. And they have pictured us as aggressive unionists, while we unionists have never been aggressive. We were actually aggressed and insulted and assaulted, and we were put in prisons as well. Many other reasons the strike was decided was because of the social situation that was very low. The situation was so bad. Inflation was at that time spread, and the social contract or the social agreement, I would say, that specified the rates for the inflation have never been implemented. And starting January 1977 up to January 1978, the inflation or the increase in prices have increased over 5%, and it actually reached 9.3%, while the contract stated and fixed 5% as the maximum rate for price increases in Tunisia. So only in 1 year it rose by 4.3%, this compared to the initial ceiling rate. Medication and medical care and health care increased by 28.6%. Transport increased by 16.6%. And this is what inflation was like. Taxation, however, was unfair. Some people were exempted from taxes, and taxes, employment taxes in the 70s, etc., was through nepotism and connections. And you should be part of the ruling party in order to be employed. So my son was unemployed because he was not a Dusturian party member. So it is just to tell the youth that it was not nationalism, but it was rather pressures exerted on this youth to get employed. The general situation and the overall situation, when we speak about freedoms, the situation was bad. Freedom was so limited, if not inexistent, and the media was probably only one radio channel and one Tunisian TV channel, and the only talk of these two would be Bourguiba and the president. And even when the newspaper was granted a certificate and an authorization to write and to issue, they would only talk about the president and the party. And the unionists would always be described as bad, aggressive unionists. And that was the image that was actually communicated to the people. Our demands as unionists was to be provided allowances and grants from the state to go abroad and to carry out your studies. And you know that from that time on, still we have the same problem. That was one of the demands of the union. This was the demand of the union and the people, the Tunisian people as well. We have mentioned this and we have said this and insisted on it in 1977. So freedom was inexistent, media was biased and probably inexistent sometimes. And here we're talking about the 70s, 77 and 78. What was particular about that time was terrorist activities. Terrorist activities varying from security activities, security terrorism activities, and party terrorism activities. First, there was the intervention of the police and then the military in social and solely social case in Qasr Halal, for example, at the Sogitex factory. There is a public sector factory presided by Mohammed Sayyah, and all the outcome was actually destroyed by the rain, by strong and heavy rains. And this is how people and the employees decided to go on a 3-day strike. And the security that we called at that time Bob as police came and that was created by Tarek Ben Khouja, and we're coming to Tarek Ben Khouja. I'm going gradually but firmly. And just to remind you that our case is the case of all. And why the employees have gone on to strike? Because the strike, when they were forced to go out, they have gone into an upheaval. And the first upheavals witnessed in the history were in Qasr Halal. It was in 1977. And just to tell you, to tell the youth that upheavals have always existed, and it existed since 1977. Yeah, because sometimes they tell us that we are Bourguiba people and we are the authority people, etc. But they don't know about all these facts. We were unionists and we were trying actually to stand against Bourguiba and his activities and his procedures and means, with all the means we had at the time. So in 75, we got on to 377 strikes. In 77 of 452 strikes. It is not a call for strikes, by the way. Please don't get me wrong, young people. It is just to tell you that at one point you have to defend your dignity and to defend your people, because poverty rates rose up and increased, and other also unemployment increased, etc. Don't think that we had the freedom you are now enjoying. That is totally wrong. Qasr Halal, that Bourguiba considered as the region where the union was created. So he called the military to intervene, and people who got before the military, who had been there before the military came, the director was dismissed and fired, and the other employees were dismissed, and the military came and started arbitrary shooting. We had 30 or 40 wounded, and that was enough for them. And they have arrested 100 employees, and they were later on fired at Sogitex factory. There was police intervention as well at the steel factory in Benzart. And many employees were imprisoned, and they were fired even before the court sessions. So how could we keep silent in front of such horrible deeds? This is what youth means at that time. Now we are giving you what youth actually should be like. We are here to give you lessons, to teach you chunks of history that would probably help you to decide what you would like to be and who actually you would like to be. So firing people, it was in bundles that people would be fired. Hundreds of people would be fired. So that was just to bind the hand or the arms of the union. So how can you fire employees and to change and alter his living conditions, and the union would not intervene? And of course they wouldn't understand this, because capitalism was at the head of all this. Capitalism was taken over, and connections were the fashion at the time. So I hope this will change. At least the revolution's objectives would be fulfilled. Some employees were imprisoned, and the police would assault all the employees. The police's sole aim or goal was to put sticks in the wheels of employees. Actually, we had a police specially designed for us, and we were unable to practice our rights to defend these people. And this is what led to the strike of 26th of January 1978. Mohammed Sayyah's militias would beat the members of the union, and Mohammed Sayyah has declared in 1979 at Le Monde, or the World newspaper, he has declared and he has confirmed the use of militias, of extra quality militias, let's say, if I may say that. And I will tell you in a few what happened 26th of January. You know, they would just catch anybody and he would beat him. So the newspaper of the people were issued in bundles. In bundles. They were issued, and people were eager to read. You know that in the 70s that was not something trivial. And this is what Harbusha has provided as a privilege. And coming to threats, we were beaten up, we were assaulted, we were aggressed in the street, in front of the factory, in front of organizations and different departments. And now the threat to threaten the Secretary General of assassination. On 27th of October 1977, at a Qasr hotel in Sousa, And who is the leader? Who was the leader of the militia at that time? That I have to name. Mabrouk Abdallah Urtani. That on a party, alcohol party, he shows his pistol and he says, "This is the pistol I killed Muhammad ibn Ashur with." And some of them were trying to belie this, but it was not true. And Bourguiba actually has awarded this person, the same person that has actually declared that he killed these unionists, and he was decorated by Bourguiba. So when it comes to threats, unionists should move in order to protect the symbolic meaning of the union. Whatever you do, threats are impossible to accept. And Sfax on 9th of November 1977 went on a strike, and the strike was successful despite the defamation of different media and different newspapers of the unionists and the union and their strike. It was me with the Secretary General of Mr. Abdulrazak, previous Secretary General at that time, and in Sousse on the 9th of the same month, some employees came out of their factories. They haven't assaulted anybody, but some of them were angry, and when they find a march, etc., when they heard that there were some march outside, they wanted to be part of it and to participate in it, and of course they wanted to make their voices heard, and this is why they left their factories. This is what I witnessed myself and what I experienced myself, and this is why I would like to share it again with you, and I'm repeating myself. So there was also an the ruling party was interfering in the internal affairs of the union. The ruling party tried for 4 to 5 times to change all the internal decisions and affairs of the union. So Mr. Dashrawi was called to make up some kind of disruption or a disturbance or confusion within the union in order to make the ruling party look brighter and to reduce the chances of the union to succeed. And that was back in 1975, and 1977 witnessed a huge party thrown during Bourguiba's regime. And Hadi Nouira was invited, and he was actually called to prepare himself for the party, and he confirmed all this, but this failed because that meant nothing for the people. Because he was addressing an angry group of people. His name was Mohammed Saad, and he worked in the agriculture, and he was an angry man. And this happened in June 1977. And the Coordination Commission of Tunisia has supported this. With Ben Aisha. Ben Aisha provided money to these groups and asked them to go on and conduct their own operations, but they were unable to do anything. So the Tunisian Labor Power Association tried to work and to crowd and to mobilize together and to work together, and it was not able to work. and it only showed and proved that the union was the unique union or body that was able to succeed in his strikes and in their values and in their principles. Abdallah Farhat, for example, was going to substitute the labor newspaper the position of the CEO, and this newspaper actually shifted their line of writing in order to try to impact on people. So what we would do is to gather at the airport and to welcome him, to show that that we highly estimated him. So I would like to thank all the educational staff and all those who have made the union greater, because it was between the hands of real unionists, authentic unionists, of highly intellectual people, etc., made this union a success, while Bourguiba has failed to create something as great as the union or to control the union. And this is what led to the disruptions and to the disputes of 26th January. Furthermore, the ruling party, and especially Mohamed Sayyah, the direction or the management of the party, underwent or actually conducted so many dangerous operations and activities. What did they do? They have called different organizations into holding grudge against the union. They had their own sessions, they had their own meetings, and they tried to talk them into, and they have levered them against the union. The Agriculturers Union. And we were totally with them. The Union for Women was also independent. And the ruling party that created his central commission or centralized commission, and actually issued a declaration at the Congress of Benzar that the union should be one of the cells of the party. And that was a dangerous declaration. And the recommendation was that the party should supervise the financial operations and the financial departments and the human resources departments of the union. And that was against the principles and against the pillars of the creation of the union. And we had to move to put an end to this. So labor unions or labor associations have increased in number, and Bourguiba and the ruling party were trying to incite them to get into the union or to become members in the union in order to put more confusion within the union. The union was attacked, and the union offices in union were attacked in Kirwan, etc., and in Sousse, and people were seized on the 20th of January, and in Tozeur, in Sidi Bouzid, and the militia was actually attacking and assaulting all these offices. And could this be could we turn a blind eye on all this? We had to defend ourselves and to put an end to all this. So all these attacks have resulted in problems that we needed to answer at that time. So all these actions have created reactions, the reactions of the unionists, of different unions and associations, messages and letters that would ask for collaboration and cooperation between different unions from different regions of Tunisia in order to prevent any confusion to be spread within the union, whether it be at the level of its members or organizational structure. And we asked the leaders to step forward and to progress in their defense and in their protection of the union. And this is how the general strike was decided. But before getting to the strike itself, I would like to talk about Sfax at that time. Sfax during Ramadan, the great month of Ramadan. Each night they would convene for a meeting. So first they would harass the police, and we would not leave anyone from the police members. We would harass them. And we had our groups in Sfax that would have a good impact on the people, and they know those who are snitching on us, and we would go and arrest them. And one of the nights, one said that it was Ramadan and coffee shops were open, etc. How could this be possible? And it was on the 27th of August. It was a day for a revolution in the country. That was decided. So we went to the symbol of the authority, Yassin Bellaj, and we went and we sieged this coffee shop, but without assaulting anybody who was sitting inside. But the media reported that we assaulted people and we beat up people, and we were turned into a religious group or a religious association. But it was not the case. We were a union, and we were fighting for the rights of the unemployed and of the marginalized youth. And this is why we have created these groups in Sfax. And we stated why. We stated that yes, we sieged the coffee shop, but we didn't beat up any person or we didn't aggress anybody. So, you know, Mr. Habib Ashur, God bless his soul, at that time was a member of the political commission, and they worked on a conciliation, a national conciliation, and they have agreed in that political commission, Mr. Hadi Nouira, to meet with all the concerned members to calm down things. But instead of calming down things, he started insulting Sfax and the groups in Sfax, and after he finished his speech, we started a march in Sfax, and we said, and we raised slogans against the person, the man, just to let people know what we have done. And we are very proud of what we've done, actually. Then there was another attempt of conciliation in September 1977, and Bourguiba met with Hadi Nouira, with Habib Ashur and Tahar Boukhouja, and they have agreed on a way. But the union was against it, and he said that it goes against all our previous agreements, and the media and the ruling party continued with their intalks about us and defamation. And it all stopped on the 19th of November 1977 because they wanted to exert pressure on us through the media, and they were talking about conciliation and about us refusing this conciliation, but actually the conciliation was so biased that we were unable to accept such terms for a conciliation, and Hadi Nouira came later on after some pressure probably, or it was his own device, out of his own device, that he has given given instructions to the chief executive to cut off all kinds of conciliation dialogues, because they tried actually to block our efforts and endeavors, but they were unable to do so. So all their three endeavors turned into a failure. The authority got prepared before the strike, and they have militarized the Ministry of Interior. That was their counterattack. Tahar Belkhouja on 23rd of December, and the office was opened. Actually, it was broken into on the same day, and the security body was headed and led by Ben Ali, who was overthrown in 2011. So we have created messages to actually complain about what was going on. You know that there was a political division. There was a division calling for dialogue, like Tahar Belkhouja, and those who have resigned. 6 ministers have resigned. Habib Shati, Minister of Foreign Affairs, and he was the only one who resigned on the 25th. And Abdelaziz Lazhar, Minister of Finance, of Economy, and the head of the government, and Mr. Abdel Nasser, Minister of Social Affairs, and the Minister of Health as well, and Ahmed Ben Noor, Secretary of the State for the Department of Justice, who resigned. And these were the first people ever under the rule of Bourguiba to resign, and it was not easy for Tunisia and for the ruling party and for the president to see such renowned ministers resign at that time. On the 9th of January, 78, Hadi Nouira traveled to France to bind the arms of the unionists, because he sensed the danger. So he traveled in order to get a pledge or a promise from Giscard. Valéry Giscard d'Estaing, who was the president of the Republic of France at the time. And he was promised not to fear anything, because we are allied with you. And that was correct. God knows how correct this was. So he tried to use all imperialistic devices and to use the strength of France against the Unionists, but it was a failure, and this is a reality.
I said all the Tunisian organizations were mobilized, and now we had the National Council of the UGTT. So the National Council decided to hold the conference on the 7th, 8th and 9th of January. And we have to say a few words about that National Council. The first word is that the Secretary General of Sfax, Mr. Abdelrazak, and it was quite a word, and it tackled all political, economic, social, and the relation of the union with the ruling party. So it was a very comprehensive speech, and it was an accusation statement. So due to this speech, Mr. Abdulrazak Al-Qarwan was arrested on the 24th of January. Just for that speech, he was interrogated for a whole day. So, and his lawyers were very qualified, and I would like to thank them once again. So the speech is very long. I cannot read it. So it tackled four aspects or sections, and actually it contained more than that. First of all, so to stop the regime that is rooting this policy. So everyone should understand the way they want. Because so this is cannot be acceptable. This policy cannot be acceptable. The second aspect is trialing all the perpetrators of the Tunisian people, and thank God they are everywhere. So we requested that from 1978. So we are requested to act so, and we have the evidence. So establishing a Tunisian economic policy serving the best interests of the Tunisian people and the working classes, and this is still our demand. So we demanded that from 1978. So the fourth demand. So and we are required to. So is the establishment of heavy industry in order to employ our unemployed, because heavy industries actually hires thousands of unemployed people. Also immigrants, maybe some of them will be deported in order to replace in order to limit migration and increase the status of, or the condition, or improve the conditions of the Tunisian people. And these are the reasons why Mr. Abdulrazak was arrested for. So we established on our own this commission, and I supervised that. So the National Council decided, and due to the speech of Mr. Abdulrazak, so the room was very excited, and we were all under the same umbrella. So that is why fateful decisions were made. Though the first one is the general strike, the national general strike. So we say, here I'm being concise. I'm talking about the principle of the strike. Also, we decided to leave the ruling party. And Mr. Khairuddin Salhi used to use this term. So all the unionists left. So what should we do? So the only option is leaving the party. So I have to talk a little bit about Habib Ashur, because in 1977 he traveled twice to Libya. He was invited by a Libyan union, and you know that our relations with Libya started deteriorating since 1974, and Mr. Habib Ashur traveled to Libya in order to Mr. Belkhouja, Mr. Hassan Belkhouja, Hassan Belkhuja visited Libya and signed a convention in order to raise the salaries of the engineers. So we have so it is you cannot sign such conventions without including the workforce. And this was a gain for our people. And the second visit on the 3rd of September 1977. So Mr. Mohammed Masmoudi met Muammar al-Gaddafi. So it became the conspiracy of Mr. Habib Ashur, and this was not the case of Mr. Masmoudi. And may God bless their souls. Habib Ashur obtained during that visit they tackled the oil issue, in which we have some a portion. So Mr. Habib Ashur said we should be dividing, or we should be sharing this oil in order to employ thousands of employees. So Hadi Nouira left and said this is a fact, and Mr. Mohammed Saiq said that he visited Libya for the best interests of the country, and he lodged the case at the Hague court. So this is what the union did. So this is some details of the strike, and now we will be talking about Sfax a little bit, and how we decided to carry out the strike and how we did it. Mr. Abdelrazak Ghorbel was arrested on the 24th of January, and the strike in Sfax was 100% successful on the 25th of January. And on the 26th, we had a general strike, and was decided on the 24th of January. So, in order to reconcile with Mr. Hadi Nouira, and he told them that the strike should be ruled out or cancelled. And we have two demands. The one is stopping the attacks against the union. Is that a problem? I don't think so. If you mean peace and you mean the best interest of the country. And the second topic is that we negotiate what we talked about earlier, and he said no, the strike should be cancelled, and that means your activity or you're done with the union. So the strike was imposed on us. So we'd rather die in prisons in order, rather than sending out the union. On the 26th of January, they said the union wrecked the country. So who wrecked the country? There, Mohammed Sayeh and the ruling party's militias on the 26th of January, all because they expressed their opinion, and on the same day nothing happened, and they received instructions instruction in order to steal and loot shops, and as a police officer, in order to if you want to catch a thief, because they know that the one who were looting are the militias of the ruling party. Young people were killed by those militias. And who killed on the 26th of January? It's Sayah's militias. They were looting, they were killing people, police force, and also the army. And young people were running, and they were shot by all these forces. So they were shot from helicopters. They used machine guns to kill these running young people, and this is the problem between us and the Commission. So they requested us to provide them with the number of the 26th of January's victims. And in the blue book there were 51 victims. So this is our equation as a unionist. If the regime stated a number, that means the 10th of that number is true. So I had this, I has written proof. So the victims of that fateful day were the number of the victim was not less than 1,500. This is what the young people suffered during that fateful day. And if we want, why nothing happens in Sfax? Sfax, Secretary General was arrested on the 26th of January, and we did nothing. That means that we implemented the instructions of the union in its statement that this strike should be or has to be peaceful without violence. So that means that Sfax has always been committed and a strong region for the best interest of the country and of the working force. This is what we did, and we are proud of it. And once again, we proved that the militias so acting upon the articles 131 and 132, these are items from our penal code. So these articles were promulgated during the era of Napoleon, or this militia, such militias acted during the era of Napoleon. So that commission created within the union became a criminal gang, and I'm wondering where is the Tunisian justice, and hopefully they will not commit the same mistake, hopefully. Because on the 26th of January we are accused of being a gang, of being militias, and we are far away from that. And the question was, why nothing happened in Sfax? And if Sfax, and if there were some violence acts in Sfax, maybe they used some threats in order to calm things down. The regime used such threats in order to calm things down, and on the 25th and on the 26th of January we told our wives to stay home because we respect them, we fear for them. So 10,000 people were committed to the cause, and we challenged the regime during the interrogation. So they said, how come you were so committed? And we replied, because we know your tricks. So, and actually we arrested or we apprehended a member of their militias, and we have beaten him black and blue. So this is these are the events of the 25th and the 26th of January that gave credit to the union. So you were, the media accused you of using sulfuric acid. So, Mr. Mohammed, media accused you that you used sulfuric acid. So this is another joke. So this became a joke, in fact. So. There are many jokes in fact, and one of them is using sulfuric acid during the events of the 26th of January. So, so we filled some drums with water, and we lit candles because the power grid was off. So we brought our own food. We were thousands. So there are some who brought food and some who ate that food, and we brought drugs and medicines, and we prepared all that in order to face them, and hopefully the media will not commit the same mistake in the future. And a gentleman actually sunk his head into one of the drums and said, "This is sulfuric acid, and this is not acceptable." That is why these are the ethics of that reporter or the journalist. So these are lessons that should be learned from. So the 26th of January is a milestone, an activism or a militantism milestone. So the people have upraised in the street. They were on the street by thousands. So these. So these are the events of 26th of January, although we suffered a lot during these events, and I was arrested on that day, and they were afraid, the police force was afraid of us, and when I was released, Mr. Tijani Boukani and I, they pointed their weapons at us, and they said, "Haze upon your head," and we replied, "We're not criminals." So we are unarmed, and we were arrested at that night. Mr. Tijani was released, and I stayed in custody, and it was a problem. I stayed there, and at 10 p.m. They escorted me to the union premises. So we lifted posters, and I told them these are the remains of 1975. And what about the stones? I told them these are the remains of a work site. And then I was escorted to Tunis. We reached Tunis at 6 a.m. So Nourdin al-Bahri was the Secretary General of Tunis office, and I told him, I assured him, don't be afraid. We were enough brave in order to back you up. And we were transferred to the Ministry of Interior cells, and they ranged in size. The cells, or those cells, ranged in size. And I just wanted to pinpoint that all these people were beaten black and blue, and it was my turn back then. So I was brought to the head of the division, Abdul Qadir Tabqa, and he told me, Mr. Muhammad, you're here. I told him, yes, I am. And he told me, is it true? Is it true that Habib Ashur told you to burn the country down? I told him, really? So we love our country, and if this country was burned to the ground, the working force will be unemployed. And he told me, you will be taught a lesson today. And there were some people who were brought from Sfax, and God be my witness. And I am self-confident. And they did what they... I told them, do whatever you want. The only word that come across my mind is God is great. So I was bitten pretty bad, and when I was taken back to Sfax, I was totally destroyed. So I had my leg swollen, and this is a small price to pay for the union. And then, after I was interrogated in Sfax, because in Tunis I signed no statement. So I signed no statement in Tunis because they wanted to charge me of threatening the security of the state, and I was taken back to Sfax, and I was arrested for 1 month with Mr. Mohammed Dami. We spent a month joking and cracking jokes, and on the 19th of April I was transferred to another cell in Sfax, and I told them I will never spend more time in that cell, and this was stated in the investigation. And in July we were trialed pursuant to Article 131 and 132, and they we brought the courthouse upside down, and this happened on the 26th of July 1978. We were sentenced. We stayed in jail. There are some of us who were released, and I stayed with Mr. Mohammed Triki, and I told him, let's join our colleagues in Tunis. So we filled in, or we submitted requests, and it is still in the Ministry of Interior. And hopefully it was not destroyed. So I told him we should fill for arbitrary transfer, and that was the case, because we were the bosses in jail. And in the morning, they told us that we will be transferred to Tunis. and after 30 minutes we found ourselves in Borj al Rumi, in Bizerte, and we spent 4 months filling in requests. And Mr. Muhammad told me, and now what? I replied the same thing in his fax. So on that night we spent in Borj al Rumi in a basement in that prison, and that basement had chains, and the coup people and the pro-Yusuf bin Salah people were arrested in that basement. And after Mr. Habib Ashur was released in the 3rd of August 1979,
therefore we managed the situation. We became very knowledgeable, very experienced in prison. The issue of the 26th of January of the 1985, very briefly, I want to talk about 1985 to show the disagreement. In 1985, Mohammed Mzali did everything that nobody else could do. And Mohammed Mzali on TV, he appeared on TV and he said, "I'm a clean man." And he also added that there were problems between himself and union leaders. And then he interfered with the affairs of the union. On the 23rd of October there was a big gathering, and we were seconded to work in the administrative office. On the eve of 22nd of October we were on a gathering, and the militia was conducted by Abdel Majid Khmekhem, who was a university professor and Secretary General of the Coordination Committee, and Mr. Jbaniani, who was the governor, the Amida of the city. And they had a sign to show to the police officers, and they wanted to take part in the meeting. We held our meeting, but these guys started throwing stones, and some of the windows were smashed. They brought stones and rocks from the municipality of Nisma that was presided by Mr. Jareh. So the bottom line, why are you throwing stones? There were motorcycles. There were a lot of motorcycles. As you know, motorcycles burn very quickly, flare up very quickly if you light them up, because and the workers, there was the sector of the textile and the chemistry sectors. I want to pay tribute to them as I speak about them, because of their steadfastness. And when those workers moved, as they staged a protest in Avenue Habib Bourguiba, the police officers fled. They wanted to fabricate accusations as a gang of a gang of vandals who vandalized the area. And what did we do? So we were stranded in the premises of the union, and there was an enlarged committee meeting when the square of Muhammad Ali was besieged. So they took hold of the trade union premises. They arrested a group of people. I went back to work and they took me again. I spent a month under arrest, but I was not beaten. I have to be frank about it. But I was in solitary confinement. When we appeared before the court, they could not find any evidence against us. They could not prosecute us unless the arraignment chamber can issue some clear evidence-based accusations. And on that meeting, I prepared all photographs. We have all of the motorcycles were burned down, and people came to check whether the premises of the regional office of UGTT was burned or the motorcycles. In the first time in the history of the judicial system, and I'd like to thank those who were behind that, especially the arraignment chamber, which is made up of 5 or 6 judges. When the cases were referred to them, we were accused of being a gang of vandals. So we have to say the truth. The judges were honest. They said that we can never we cannot issue any accusation unless we bring before justice those who burned the motorcycles. After I returned to the trade union in 1981, we held general meetings, and in conformity with the law, we had our first and second assembly. The others tried to challenge our decisions, and we, at the appellant level, we were granted victory. Mr. Habib came to me, said we need to join the cooperative. And the then Ministry of the Interior, Mr. Idriss Gigi, he said, so the law enforcement officers had to serve the decision of the court. The director who was appointed, he had the car, and he was the director, and his father was a law enforcement executive officer. And for the first time, we were tried in a hearing behind closed doors in 1985, and we were tried in the absence of our relatives, and I have a certificate testifying good conduct from the cooperatives. There were 4 members of the Ministry of the Economy, And I hope that the youth who were present there can tell the truth. If you find that Mohammed Sha'ban is a thief, you should not have any mercy on him. Maybe Mohammed Sha'ban may deal with mechanics, and I deal with mechanics, but check with them if I ever overstated any bill, or these officers established that I was an honest man, and this is the case of Koso, that I never thought we would stand trial for 1 year and then 6 months, and then after the prosecution office appealed the case, and then they added an appeal at the upper appellate court. I've been to all the prisons in Tunisia, actually. I'd like to show for the last time that Sfax was quiet on the 12th of January. But on the 12th of January, it staged a general strike without consulting. We are talking about 2011 here. On the 12th of January 2011, the first move on the 10th of January, the extended executive office and the trade unionists must be thanked for what they have done. They supported us on the 12th of January, and we went on a march to unseat the former dictator. On the 12th of January, the dictator, the dictator was watching TV. When he saw the march in Sfax on the 12th of January, he packed up his stuff to leave. There was no 14th of January without 12th January. Our colleagues and comrades in Kasserine and Tella, why did they decide on a strike on the 9th of January? Because on the 8th of January, 9 youngsters died from Tella and Kasserine. And whenever youngsters are killed in Kasserine, we stage a sit-in and a march. And the last march was staged on the 26th of January 2011 to unseat Mohammed Ghannouchi and his followers. And we asked Mohammed Ghannouchi, dégage. And we said that the union should never be part of the government. And we agreed that Mohammed Ghannouchi, the then Prime Minister, should leave. And that is all thanks to Sfax. We are very proud of Sfax. I'd like to thank all of those who listen to us. We want our youth to be self-reliant, to be powerful. And thank you very much. We apologize for this lengthy hearing. We shall stage another meeting next month, and very shortly we shall announce the date of the next hearing. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.